Welcome, my fellow night wanderers. Tonight, we embark on a journey into the lush, emerald heart of ancient Ireland, a land where myths rest beneath misty hills and age-old legends stir within twilight forests. Our tale is woven into the very fabric of this land, filled with mythical beings, powerful curses, and divine rivalries that whisper through the Irish breeze. If these enchanting legends capture your imagination, don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more by supporting us on Patreon. There, you can now access exclusive audio-only versions of these captivating stories. But for now, let's settle in, gather around the fire, and rekindle the timeless magic of Ireland's legendary past. In the mist-laden valleys of Ireland, where the melodies of ancient airs weave through the whispers of the rolling green hills, the land itself breathes stories, old as the stones, deep as the dark peat bogs. In secluded glades, where the hawthorn stands as a silent guardian, the remnants of long-extinguished fires still pulse with echoes of forgotten lore. Here, under the ever-watchful gaze of the moon, the veil between worlds grows thin, inviting the curious and the bold to listen. As twilight descends, casting its shadowy cloak over the emerald landscape, the realm of the mystical awakens. Elusive beings dart through the underbrush, their laughter like the chime of silver bells, barely audible over the rustling leaves. Beneath the gnarled roots of ancient oaks, the old gods whisper, voices as faint as the breeze that dances through the branches. In this twilight world, where legend and reality intertwine, the soul of Ireland is born and reborn, carried on the tongues of bards and in the hearts of those who still walk the paths of their ancestors. These tales, spun from the very fabric of the land, serve many purposes. Some unravel the mysteries of nature, others impart timeless wisdom, and the oldest of all recount the deeds of heroes and the origins of cherished traditions. A rich tapestry of myth and memory, where giants and banshees, parables and primeval forces continue to shape the legacy of Ireland's enduring spirit. Before the first birds sang at dawn, when the land lay in a silent slumber, the story of Ireland began. A canvas of an untouched world, its first strokes were painted by the Partholon, who arrived from distant shores, crossing the vast, heaving sea. With them, they brought the first stirrings of life, the rustling of leaves, the call of birds, but their time was fleeting, a mere whisper on the wind. Tragedy consumed them, leaving the land empty once more, a lonely stage awaiting new players. Then came the Nemedians, bold and unyielding, carving their sagas into the heart of the Emerald Isle. Yet their legacy, too, was destined to be swallowed by time, leaving behind only echoes of their greatness and whispers of their downfall. But the most wondrous chapter was yet to be written. From mystical lands beyond the northern horizon, a fleet of cloud-like ships carried the Tuatha Dé Danann, the people of the goddess Danu. Cloaked in enchantment, they belonged as much to the spirit realm as to the earthly plane. Masters of magic and craftsmanship, they bore four sacred treasures: the Sword of Light, the invincible Spear of Luff, the Cauldron of the Dagda, and the Stone of Fowl, which roared under the rightful king. Their arrival marked the dawn of an age of marvels. Beneath their touch, the hills and valleys of Ireland blossomed like a garden in eternal spring. Yet their reign was not unchallenged. The Fir Bolg, strong and determined, opposed their claim. A great battle ensued, its echoes rippling through the annals of myth, the first of many that would shape Ireland's destiny. Through sorcery and skill, the Tuatha Dé Danann triumphed, but they ruled with wisdom, offering peace and unity to those they had vanquished. In this enchanted age, when the veil between worlds was thin, gods walked among men, and heroes strode the land like giants. The Tuatha Dé Danann were no mere mortals, they were wielders of ancient magic, masters of druidic power as deep as the ocean and as boundless as the sky. Their wisdom whispered through the forests, their strength roared in the tides, and their courage burned like the fire of the sun. Under their guardianship, Ireland flourished in a golden age where miracles were as common as heather blooming on the hills. Yet, as the wheel of time turned, a shadow fell upon their reign. From across the sea came the Milesians, men of ambition and might, seeking to claim Ireland as their own. A fierce and sorrowful conflict swept across the land, a storm that would reshape history. In the wake of their bitter defeat, the Tuatha Dé Danann, proud and unyielding, refused to fade into forgotten lore. Instead, they retreated deep into the heart of Ireland, vanishing into the hidden crevices of the earth. There, they built their otherworldly kingdom, a realm beneath the hills, woven into the very fabric of the ancient land. This secret domain, known as the Otherworld, became a place of eternal youth and beauty, where time flowed like a gentle stream and sorrow was but an unspoken word. Amid the roots of this world, the Tuatha Dé Danann endured. They became whispers in the wind, unseen guardians of the land, silent watchers in the night. And it is with their story that our journey begins. Nuada of the Silver Hand rose to power as king of the Tuatha Dé Danann during one of the most savage periods of early invasions. The Fomorians, a ruthless band of sea raiders, were their fiercest adversaries, sweeping across the land, seizing livestock, destroying homes, and enforcing heavy tributes on the people. Every man, regardless of status, was forced to pay an ounce of gold annually. Those who failed to meet this demand at the assembly on the hill of Usnech faced merciless punishment, either mutilation or death. At the head of these brutal oppressors stood Balor of the Evil Eye, feared by all. It was said that a single glance from his terrible eye could strike a man dead, like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. No weapon had ever been found that could wound him, and under his reign of terror, the Tuatha Dé Danann grew desperate. King Nuada seemed powerless against him, and as time passed, the people longed for a leader strong enough to free them from their wretched servitude. News of their suffering spread far and wide until it reached the ears of Luff of the Long Arm, a warrior of extraordinary skill from the Fairy Mounds. The son of Cian, himself descended from noble blood, Luff had already earned a reputation for fearlessness. The elders of the Otherworld, recognizing his greatness, entrusted him with the sacred magical gifts of Manannan Mac Lir, the sea god. Among these treasures was Manannan's white steed, swift as a winter storm, whose rider could never be struck in battle. He possessed a mystical boat that obeyed his every command, a breastplate and armor that no weapon could pierce, and the legendary Sword of Light, known as the Retaliator, capable of cutting through any shield. The day of the dreaded tribute arrived once more. The Tuatha Dé Danann gathered on the hill of Usnich, awaiting the Fomorian tax collectors, fear tightening in their chests. As they stood in the cold morning air, a distant company of riders emerged from the east. At its head, seated in command, was Luff of the Long Arm, his noble bearing shining like the rising sun. King Nuada, summoned to witness the spectacle, rode forth to greet the mysterious leader. But before their conversation could begin, a grim procession approached, the Fomorian tax collectors. Recognizing them instantly, Nuada, though humiliated, bowed respectfully and ordered his people to hand over their tribute without delay. Luff, however, burned with anger at the sight. Pulling Nuada aside, he demanded, "Why do your people bow to these oppressors when they show you no respect in return?" "We have no choice," Nuada replied. "To resist would mean certain death. Our land has already seen too much blood spilled by the Fomorians. Then the time has come for the Tuatha Dé Danann to reclaim their freedom," Luff declared. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and, in a display of unmatched skill, struck down the Fomorian enforcers until only one remained. Dragging the survivor before him, Luff delivered a single command. "Return to Balor and tell him his reign of terror is over. The people of Danu bow to him no longer. If he has the courage to face me in battle, I welcome the challenge." Knowing these words would enrage Balor, Luff wasted no time preparing for war. He enlisted King Nuada's support, assembling the kingdom's strongest warriors and forging new weapons of gleaming steel. 3,000 of the fleetest white horses were gathered for the army, while a magnificent fleet of warships stood ready in the harbors, prepared to weather even the most treacherous seas. At last, word arrived: Balor's army had landed on the northwest coast of Connaught. Within hours, the Fomorians had pillaged villages and plundered the homes of noblemen. Enraged by the devastation, Luff vowed to bring the Tuatha Dé Danann to victory. Riding swiftly across the land, he returned to his father, Cian, who commanded the fairy armies. His uncles, Siu and Sethan, also pledged their support. The three brothers rode out in different directions, rallying the last of the warriors of the otherworld, determined to end Balor's tyranny once and for all. Cian journeyed northward without rest until he reached the outskirts of Dundalk. As he crossed the plains, he spotted 3 armored riders approaching. At first, he did not recognize them, but as they drew closer, he realized they were the sons of Twyron, Brian, Yukar, and Ucharba. For years, a deep feud had existed between the sons of Cian and the sons of Twyron, and their hatred for one another all but guaranteed a deadly confrontation. Wishing to avoid an uneven battle, Cian searched for a place to hide. His gaze fell upon a large herd of pigs grazing nearby. Drawing upon druidic magic, he struck himself with an enchanted wand and transformed into a pig, blending into the herd as he rooted in the earth like the others. The sons of Twyron were quick to notice that the warrior they had seen riding toward them had mysteriously vanished. At first, they were puzzled, but Brian, the eldest, regarded his brothers with suspicion. "Surely, you saw the horseman as I did," he said. "Do you not wonder what became of him?" "We do not know," they replied. "Then you are unworthy of being called warriors," Brian rebuked. "That man is no friend of ours. If he is cowardly enough to change himself into one of these swine, we must prove that we are not so easily deceived." With that, he struck Yukar and Yucharba with his own druidic wand, transforming them into swift hunting hounds. The enchanted beasts howled and yelped, eager to track their quarry. Before long, the disguised Kian was hunted down and cornered in a small wood. Brian cast his spear, driving it deep into the pig's chest. Kian screamed in pain, but his voice was no longer that of an animal. "Spare me," he pleaded. "I am a man, not a beast. Grant me a dignified death and allow me to return to my true form before I die." Brian, unshaken, replied, "I will allow it, for I am less hesitant to slay a man than a pig." At that moment, Kian shed his animal form and stood before them, blood seeping from the wound in his chest. He fixed his gaze upon his attackers and, despite his agony, declared, "I have outwitted you. Had you slain me in my animal form, you would have been judged only for the killing of a mere beast. But now, you must murder me as a man, and the price for slaying me shall be greater than any ever paid for a noble's death. The weapons you use will cry out in anguish, proclaiming your crime to my son, Luff of the Long Arm." Brian, undeterred, smirked. "Then we shall not use weapons at all." With that, the three brothers stoned Kian to death, pelting him with jagged rocks until his broken body lay lifeless on the ground. They buried him in an unmarked grave and hurried off to join the war against the Fomorians. With the armies of Fairyland and the noble warriors of King Nuada at his side, Luff of the Long Arm led his people into battle against Balor and his Fomorian forces. Spears tore through the air, swords clashed against shields, and the earth shook with the fury of combat. Battle after battle was won, and at last, the Fomorians could fight no more. Defeated and terrified, the survivors retreated to the coast, where Balor and his remaining men fled aboard their ships, sailing with all speed into the northern mists, back to their cursed homeland. Luff had become the greatest hero of his people. In recognition of his valor, he was presented with the kingdom's most magnificent treasures, including a golden war chariot, encrusted with jewels and drawn by 4 of the strongest, milk-white steeds. But as the victory celebrations faded, Luffa's heart grew restless. His father, Kian, had not returned. Summoning his most trusted warriors, Luff sought news, but none had heard of his father since the morning he set out northward. With sorrow weighing on his heart, Luff declared, "I know that he is no longer among the living. I swear upon my honor, I shall neither rest nor eat until I learn the truth of what has become of him." With a group of his kinsmen, Luff rode forth to the place where he had last seen his father. His horse, a gift of Manannan Mac Lir, guided him across the plains until they reached the shadowed wood where Kian had met his tragic end. As soon as Luff stepped onto the blood-stained earth, the very stones of the ground began to weep, crying out in despair. In a haunting whisper, they revealed the truth. Cian had been murdered by the sons of Tuatha and buried beneath the soil. Overcome with grief, Aoife wept bitterly, then ordered his men to dig into the earth. As they unearthed Cian's battered body, the terrible wounds inflicted upon him were revealed. Aoife stood in silent fury, then rose to his feet and swore a vengeance so fierce it would shake the heavens. This death has exhausted my soul. My ears cannot bear to hear, my eyes cannot bear to see, and my heart beats with only one purpose, to avenge my father. And thus began the greatest reckoning the sons of Tuatha would ever face. With sorrow weighing heavy in his heart, Aoife of the long arm made a solemn vow. For the death of my father, sorrow and destruction shall fall upon those responsible. They will suffer long before justice is served. He laid his father's body to rest once more, carving a headstone to mark the grave. After a long, mournful silence, he mounted his horse and rode toward Tara, where the last of the victory celebrations were taking place. At the great palace, Aoife sat in calm dignity beside King Tuatha at the banquet table. As the hall buzzed with merriment, his eyes roamed the gathering until they settled upon the three sons of Tuatha, Brian, Uachtar, and Uacharba. Rising to his feet, Aoife commanded the attention of the court, shaking the chain of silence so that all in attendance fell quiet, awaiting his words. I put a question to you all, he declared. What punishment would you impose upon the man who murdered your father? A stunned hush fell over the hall. At last, King Tuatha spoke, his gaze steady. Was it your father who was slain, Aoife? It was, Aoife answered grimly. And the very men who committed the crime stand before me in this very room. Tuatha's expression darkened. Then to strike them down quickly would be far too lenient a fate. Were it my father they had slain, I would see them suffer a slow death, cutting away a single limb each day until they perished in agony. The assembled warriors murmured in agreement, even the sons of Tuatha nodding in solemn approval. But Aoife shook his head. I have no wish to spill the blood of my own people, he declared. Instead, I will demand a fine, a heavy price to be paid for the blood they have shed. Turning his gaze toward Brian, Uachtar, and Uacharba, he continued. You will repay your crime not with death, but with a quest. This is my demand. The sons of Tuatha bowed their heads in shame, unable to deny their guilt. Bracing themselves, they stood ready to accept their sentence. Aoife stood tall before the court and listed the tribute they must bring. I demand from you 3 golden apples, the skin of a mystical pig, a deadly spear, 2 steeds and a chariot, 7 enchanted pigs, a whelping hound, a cooking spit, and 3 final shouts upon a distant hill. He paused, then added, if this burden seems too great, I am willing to reduce part of it. But if you find it acceptable, you must fulfill it completely, without variation, and swear your loyalty to me before these royal witnesses. Brian did not hesitate. The price is not too great, he answered. Nor would it be too high even if you multiplied it 100-fold. We will set out at once and remain faithful to you until every item has been retrieved." Luth studied them for a moment before nodding. "Since you have pledged yourselves before this court, perhaps you should know what dangers await you." With that, he revealed the full weight of their task. "The 3 apples I have asked for are no ordinary fruit. They grow in the garden of the Hesperides, far in the eastern world. They gleam like burnished gold and hold the power to heal even the deepest wounds or most grievous sicknesses. But beware, the people of the East have been forewarned that 3 warriors will one day come to steal them, and they are prepared for your arrival. The pigskin I require belongs to the king of Greece. He treasures it above all things, for it has the power to cure any injury or disease. It will not be easily taken. The spear I demand is the poisoned weapon of Pizar, king of Persia. It is so eager for battle that its fiery blade must be kept in freezing water, lest it melt the very city in which it is stored." Lutha's eyes gleamed as he continued, watching the sons of Tuiren closely. "And do you know who owns the chariot and the 2 steeds you must bring me?" The brothers exchanged uneasy glances. "We do not," they admitted. "They belong to Dobar, king of Sicily. His horses are so swift that they ride as easily over sea as over land, and no chariot in the world matches theirs in beauty and strength." Lutha's voice grew colder. "As for the 7 pigs, they are the sacred herd of Asal, king of the golden pillars. Each night, they are slain, but each morning, they are reborn. Whoever eats of their flesh is immune to illness for the rest of their days." The sons of Tuiren stood still, their faces pale, but Luth was not finished. "There are 3 final things I require. The whelping hound you must bring me guards the palace of the king of Iruade. Her name is Phaelinus, and she is mightier than any beast known to man. No creature of the wild dares stand before her. The cooking spit I have asked for is held by the fairy women of Innis Fianrac. Their island is surrounded by the most treacherous seas, and no mortal has ever taken it from them." Luth paused, then delivered his final command. "And lastly, you must stand atop the hill of Usnech and give 3 mighty shouts, so that all of Ireland will know you have returned." A heavy silence filled the room as the weight of the quest sank in. The sons of Tuiren swallowed hard, but their pride would not allow them to waver. "We will go," Brian said at last, his voice steady. "We will find these treasures and bring them back to you, no matter the cost." Luth merely nodded, his expression unreadable. For he knew what the sons of Tuiren did not: this quest would lead them not to glory, but to their doom. Lutha's final demand weighed heavily on the sons of Tuiren. "Finally," he said, "you must give me 3 mighty shouts upon the hill of Myodchewin. But beware, for it is forbidden for any man, save the sons of Myodchewin, to raise their voices there." His expression darkened. "It was upon that very hill that my father trained as a warrior, and there, his death will be mourned most bitterly. Even if I wish to grant you forgiveness for his murder, know this: the sons of Myodchewin will not." As Lutha's words settled over the hall, the sons of Tuatha fell into stunned silence. The weight of their impossible task now loomed before them. They left at once to seek counsel from their father, Tuatha, and relayed to him the dreadful price they had been ordered to pay. "It is indeed a harsh fine," Tuatha admitted gravely. "Yet it must be paid, for you are guilty. And though I fear this quest may end in tragedy, you must set forth and fulfill your sentence." With a heavy heart, he advised his sons to return to Luff and ask for the loan of Manannán mac Lir's legendary boat, which would carry them swiftly across the seas. Luff, though unwavering in his judgment, granted their request. With sorrowful farewells exchanged, the brothers boarded the enchanted vessel and set sail on the first of many arduous journeys. "We shall seek the apples first," Brian declared. Manannán's magical boat, obeying their command, steered a direct course toward the distant land of the Hesperides, never once slowing or stopping until it reached a sheltered harbor. There, the brothers devised a plan. "The garden is well guarded," Brian observed, "but we shall take the form of 3 great hawks. We will circle the tree, dodging the arrows that will surely be fired at us, until the guards have exhausted their weapons. Then, when the moment is right, we will swoop down and seize the apples in our beaks." Their plan unfolded perfectly. The arrows flew, but none struck their mark. When the guards' quivers ran empty, the brothers descended, snatched the golden apples, and carried them back toward the boat. However, word of the theft spread quickly. The king's 3 daughters, gifted in sorcery, transformed themselves into fierce ospreys and gave chase, streaking through the sky in pursuit of the fleeing hawks. Lightning split the heavens, striking the brothers and scorching their wings. One by one, they began to plummet toward the sea below. In desperation, Brian seized his druidic wand and, with a flash of power, transformed himself and his brothers into swift, gliding swans. They dove beneath the waves, disappearing into the deep. The ospreys, unable to follow, circled the waters in frustration before turning back. When the danger had passed, the brothers returned to their human forms and climbed aboard their boat, golden apples in hand. After resting, they turned their sights on their next trial. Their boat carried them onward to Greece, where the pigskin Luff had demanded was held by King Tuatha, a ruler who valued it above all else, for it had the power to heal any wound or illness. As they neared the shore, Brian devised another ruse. "We shall take the form of Irish poets," he said. "For in this guise, we will be honored and welcomed as men of wit and wisdom." Dressing in the garb of wandering bards, they sailed into Greece, composing flattering verses in praise of King Tuatha as they traveled. Upon their arrival, the ruse worked. They were greeted warmly and invited into the palace, where an evening of drinking, music, and poetry commenced. The king's poets recited verses, and court musicians sang ballads, but when Brian stood to perform, his words outshone them all. "You, O king, are an oak among kings, mighty and unwavering," Brian declared. "No ruler in the world surpasses your greatness." King Tuatha, beaming with pride, applauded the performance and offered Brian a reward of his choosing. I would gladly accept, Brian replied, the pigskin of healing, for I have heard it is the most wondrous treasure in your possession. The king's smile vanished. That, I cannot give, he said sternly. Not even to the finest poet in the world. But as a token of my esteem, I shall grant you 3 skins filled with gold, 1 for each of you. The brothers appeared to accept the offer and followed the king's attendants to the treasure house, where the gold was measured out. Yet as the final share was being counted, Brian suddenly seized the pigskin and bolted from the chamber, striking down the guards in his path. He had just reached the outer courtyard when King Tuatha appeared before him, sword in hand, ready to reclaim his most prized possession. A fierce battle erupted between them. Blades clashed and wounds were dealt on both sides, but in the end, Brian struck the fatal blow. The king fell lifeless to the earth, his reign ended by a single stroke. With the pigskin secured, the brothers hurried back to their boat and set sail for their next trial. The enchanted boat carried them swiftly to the land of Persia, home of King Lir, the keeper of the legendary poison spear. Once again, the brothers disguised themselves as poets, and once again, their deception worked. They were welcomed as honored guests and treated with high regard. When the time was right, Brian was called upon to perform, and his words enchanted all who listened. At last, the king himself smiled in approval and offered to reward him for his skill. Brian bowed low. I ask only for the poison spear of Persia. At this, King Lir's expression darkened. You have spoken unwisely, he thundered. That spear is my most cherished weapon, and I will not part with it freely. The only reward you may expect now. The air in the chamber grew heavy with tension. For the sons of Tuatha knew that they would not leave Persia without bloodshed. With the golden apples, the healing pigskin, and now the poisoned spear nearly within their grasp, the sons of Tuatha pressed forward, determined to fulfill their fate, no matter the cost. But the road ahead would only grow darker. Would they survive the wrath of Persia? Would they succeed in winning the chariot, the steeds, and the final impossible tasks? Or had love sent them on a path from which there was no return? Their perilous journey was far from over. King Lir of Persia stood before Brian, Yukar, and Ucharba, seething with rage. Your request is beyond insolence, he thundered. The only escape you have from death is to flee while you still can. But Brian was unmoved. In a flash of fury, he seized one of the golden apples of Hesperides and hurled it straight at the king's head, shattering his skull and dashing out his brains. Chaos erupted. The 3 brothers fought their way out of the court, cutting down all who dared to stand in their path. They raced to the royal stables, where the fabled spear of Lir rested in a cauldron of freezing water. With no time to spare, they snatched the weapon, then sprinted for Manannan's enchanted boat. Sail for Sicily! Brian shouted as they leaped aboard. The boat obeyed at once, turning toward the kingdom of Dobar. Upon reaching King Dobar's court, Brian devised a new strategy. Let us offer our services as warriors, he said. We will earn his favor and find an opportunity to take the chariot and horses ourselves." The brothers were welcomed into the king's army, where their bravery and skill won the admiration of all. For a month and 2 weeks, they fought alongside the Sicilian warriors, earning great honor. But despite their growing reputation, they never once saw the legendary steeds or chariot that Luff had commanded them to retrieve. "We have waited long enough," Brian declared. "Let us go to the king and demand to see these famed treasures. If he refuses, we shall leave his service." King Dobar, reluctant to lose such mighty warriors, sent for the chariot and steeds, ordering them to be yoked and paraded before his court. Brian watched closely as the royal driver guided the steeds around in a wide circle. But as they passed before him a second time, Brian leapt onto the nearest horse's back, seizing the reins. His brothers fought fiercely to hold off the Sicilian guards who rushed forward in protest. But in a matter of moments, the three of them broke free, galloping at full speed through the palace gates, chariot and steeds in their possession. The fifth quest was complete. With the spear of Persia, the golden apples, the healing pigskin, and now the chariot and steeds of Sicily, the brothers sailed onward to the land of King Asal, ruler of the Golden Pillars. Yet as they neared the harbor, their spirits sank. A vast army stood waiting. Word of the sons of Tuatha had spread far and wide. Their reputation as treasure-takers, warriors, and kingslayers was well known, and King Asal had made preparations for their arrival. Flanked by his warriors, Asal stepped forward and demanded an explanation. "Why have you pillaged the lands of other kings?" he asked. "Why have you left a trail of blood across the world?" Brian spoke honestly and boldly, telling the king of the terrible sentence Luff had pronounced upon them, of the trials they had already endured, and of the hardship that still lay ahead. "And what do you seek here?" Asal inquired. "We come for the 7 enchanted pigs," Brian answered. "Luff demands them as part of our recompense." The king listened carefully, then turned to his advisors. A wise decision was reached. Rather than risk war against men as formidable as the sons of Tuatha, Asal granted them the pigs peacefully. Grateful, the brothers swore an oath of loyalty to the king, promising to fight by his side should he ever call upon them in battle. But before they could set sail, Asal had a request of his own. "Take me with you," he said. "My daughter is wed to the king of Iruade, and I long to see her once more. With my help, you may be able to claim what you seek without bloodshed." The brothers agreed. Together, they set sail for the land of Iruade, where their next challenge awaited. Upon arriving in Iruade, Asal went ahead to speak with his son-in-law, the king. He pleaded for peace, explaining the purpose of the brothers' quest and how they had spared his own people from a needless war. But the king of Iruade was unmoved. "I will not surrender my hound without a fight," he declared. Drawing his sword, he summoned his warriors to battle. At once, the kingdom erupted into chaos. With fierce determination, the sons of Tuatha clashed with the warriors of Iruade, steel ringing against steel in a battle of unmatched ferocity. the king himself sought out Brian, challenging him to single combat. Their duel raged through the battlefield, each combatant striking and countering with relentless fury. But Brian was the stronger warrior. With one final, crushing blow, he overpowered the king and bound him in chains, dragging him before Saul like a captive. "I have spared his life," Brian announced. "Perhaps now he will surrender the hound in recognition of my mercy." Humbled in defeat, the king of Iruade relented. The great hound was handed over, and a truce was made. There was no lingering bitterness between the two sides, for the king had fought with honor and came to admire the strength of his opponents. With their sixth task complete, the sons of Tuatha bid their hosts farewell and once more set sail, this time, bound for Ireland. Far across the ocean, Luff of the Long Arm had not been idle. From the moment the brothers set sail, he had followed their journey carefully, ensuring that news of their every success reached him. And now, as their quest drew toward its end, Luffa's mind was troubled. The sons of Tuatha had survived every trial. They had obtained nearly all the treasures he had demanded. But Luff had never expected them to succeed. He had not set them upon this path for glory, but for destruction. Yet despite all odds, they had persevered. And now, Balor of the Evil Eye stirred once more. The threat of another Fomorian invasion loomed on the horizon. And so, as the sons of Tuatha made their way home, Luff devised one final deception, a scheme that would ensure that, no matter how far they had come, their journey would end in ruin. As the sons of Tuatha sailed back to Ireland, Luff cast a powerful druidic spell upon them, clouding their minds and causing them to forget that their quest was not yet complete. Under its enchantment, they imagined the heroic welcome that awaited them and rejoiced at the thought of being reunited with their father. Within days, they set foot once more upon Irish soil and hurried to Tara, where the annual assembly was being held. The High King of Ireland, the Tuatha Dé Danann, and the royal family all greeted them with great praise, celebrating their courage and valor. It was agreed that they should present the treasures of their quest to the High King, who would then inform Luff of their triumphant return. A messenger was dispatched to Luffa's household, and within an hour, he arrived at Tara, his expression unreadable as he gazed upon the sons of Tuatha, men he still regarded as his enemies. Brian, stepping forward, gestured to the assembled treasures. "We have paid the fine for your father's life," he declared. Luffa's eyes narrowed as he inspected the objects. "This is indeed an impressive sight," he said coolly. "It would be sufficient as payment for any crime, but not yours." A silence fell over the hall. "You swore before the court to deliver everything I asked of you," Luff continued. "And yet, I see that 2 tasks remain undone. Where is the cooking spit I was promised? And what of the 3 shouts upon the hill? These, you have not yet given." A terrible realization dawned upon the sons of Tuatha. They had been deceived. The weight of their exhaustion and despair crushed them, and they collapsed onto the floor, barely able to move. Yet they knew they had no choice. Weary and stripped of their protective treasures, they dragged themselves back to their ship and set sail once more, plunging once again into the storm-tossed seas. For 3 long months, they scoured the ocean in search of Innis Fianrac, the fabled island where the cooking spit was kept. But no trace of it could be found. When hope had nearly deserted them, Brian made a final, desperate suggestion. "Let me search beneath the waves," he said. Donning his magical water dress, he dived into the depths, swimming tirelessly for 2 weeks. At last, in a hidden hollow upon the ocean bed, he found the island of Innis Fianrac. Venturing into the courts of the fairy women, he discovered them gathered in a great hall, their heads bowed in concentration as they embroidered cloths of gold. The women paid him no attention, and he silently crept toward the hearth, where the cooking spit rested. But just as he lifted it, they erupted into laughter, their mocking voices echoing through the chamber. At last, the eldest among them addressed him with scorn. "Take the spit with you, as a reward for your heroism," she said. "But know this, had your 2 brothers joined you, even the weakest of us would have had no trouble keeping you from what you seek." Though humiliated, Brian took the spit and returned to his brothers, grateful that only one task remained. Without delay, the sons of Tuiren ordered the boat of Manannan to carry them to the hill of Myrmidon, where they had sworn to give 3 shouts. But as soon as they began ascending the hill, its guardian, Myrmidon himself, stepped forward to bar their path. "What is your business in my lands?" he demanded. Brian stood firm. "We have come to give 3 shouts upon this hill, as part of the quest forced upon us by Luff of the Long Arm." Myrmidon's eyes darkened. "I knew his father well," he said. "And I am bound by oath to allow no man to cry aloud on this hill." Brian gritted his teeth. "Then we have no choice but to fight." Before Myrmidon could draw his sword, Brian struck with deadly precision, driving his blade straight through his heart. But no sooner had Myrmidon fallen than his 3 sons rushed forward, swords drawn, ready to avenge their father. What followed was one of the bloodiest battles ever fought. The sons of Tuiren fought like wild bears, their strength fueled by desperation, their ruthlessness like starving lions. Blades clashed, flesh was torn, and the ground ran crimson with blood. In the end, it was the sons of Tuiren who stood victorious. But victory had come at a great cost. Their wounds were mortal. One by one, they collapsed to the earth, barely clinging to life. The pigskin of healing, the very object that could save them, was no longer in their possession. Time passed in agonizing silence. Then, with the last of his strength, Brian lifted his head and whispered, "We have not yet given the 3 shouts." Summoning their last ounces of life, the brothers forced themselves to stand, raised their voices, and let out 3 piercing cries upon the hill. Their quest was complete. Satisfied, Brian lifted his brothers onto the boat. "Hold on," he urged them. "I promise you one final glimpse of Ireland before you die." The boat of Manannan did not stop at the shores of Boyne, but sped across the land, carrying the dying brothers to their father's home, Tuatha Dé Danann. As Twyron embraced his broken sons, Brian, his voice faint with the approach of death, made one final plea. "Go to Luff," he begged. "Deliver him the cooking spit and tell him that we have completed every task. Beg him, plead with him, to grant us the use of the healing pigskin, so that we may be spared." Twyron looked upon his sons, their bodies broken beyond recognition. He knew that without Luffa's mercy, they would not survive the hour. Clutching the cooking spit, he set off for Tara, determined to beg for the lives of his children. But Luff of the Long Arm was waiting. And his heart knew no mercy. With the quest fulfilled, all that remained was Luffa's final judgment. Would he grant the healing pigskin and spare them? Or had his thirst for vengeance not yet been satisfied? The answer would decide the fate of the sons of Twyron, and the legacy of Luff himself. Twyron rode toward Tara with all haste, his heart filled with desperation. He feared that his sons might breathe their last before he could return, and he demanded an audience with Luff of the Long Arm as soon as he arrived. Luff emerged from his chambers, his expression unreadable, and graciously accepted the cooking spit that Twyron presented to him. "My sons are gravely ill and near death," Twyron pleaded. "I beg you, give me the healing pigskin, so that I may place it upon their wounds and restore them to life." Luff remained silent for a long moment, staring coldly into the distance. When at last he spoke, his voice was like ice. "I would rather give you the entire expanse of the earth in gold," he said, "than hand over anything that could save your sons' lives. Let them die knowing that they have achieved something great because of me. And let them thank me for granting them glory in such a valorous death." Twyron hung his head in despair, realizing that Luffa's heart was beyond mercy. Bargaining was useless. With a heavy heart, he returned to where his sons lay dying and delivered the sorrowful news. Grief consumed them. Their bodies were already broken, but Luffa's final betrayal shattered their spirits. As the sun set on the western sky, not one of them lived to see it. Overcome by sorrow, Twyron knelt by their lifeless forms. As he placed the last of his sons in the earth, his own heart broke in two. Life left him, and he fell dead over their bodies. The Tuatha Dé Danann watched in solemn silence as the souls of all four rose toward the heavens. From that day onward, their tale was told throughout the land, remembered as one of the three great sorrows of Ireland. During the Great Battle of Taillt, the Tuatha Dé Danann suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of a new race, the Milesians, Gaelic invaders from the south. With their gods and warriors slain in vast numbers, the Tuatha Dé Danann were finally driven from the surface world. From that moment on, Ireland was divided in two. The Milesians claimed dominion over the land above, while the Tuatha Dé Danann were banished below, retreating into the hidden depths of the earth. Yet the Danann gods did not accept their fate quietly. Beneath the hills and valleys of Ireland, they built a magnificent underground kingdom, determined to reclaim the splendor they had once possessed. Glittering palaces adorned with jewels rose in the darkness. A world of light and beauty was crafted where shadows had once ruled. In this new realm, time had no meaning. Those who dwelled there remained forever young, untouched by the aging and decay that plagued mortals above. But peace could not exist without a ruler to safeguard it. And so, the Tuatha Dé Danann gathered in council, assembling within their grandest palace to elect a king. Among those who sought the throne were Lir, the mighty god of the sea, and Bodb the red-haired son of the great Dagda, lord of wisdom and magic. After much deliberation, the Danann people chose Bodb as their ruler, and in his honor, they built a splendid castle upon the banks of Loch Derg. Standing before his people, the new king made a solemn pledge. "I will prove myself worthy of this honor," he declared. "Under my reign, our kingdom shall flourish, and our people shall never know despair." In the years that followed, Bodb kept his promise. The Tuatha Dé Danann prospered under his rule, and their underground kingdom shone brighter than ever before. Yet one heart remained bitter. Lir had not forgotten his defeat. Though he spoke no words of rebellion, he refused to acknowledge Bodb's authority or offer him any mark of respect. His resentment grew, and some among the Tuatha urged the king to punish Lir for his defiance. "March upon his stronghold," they advised. "Let him suffer for his insult." But Bodb refused. "I will not make war against my own people," he declared. "I desire reconciliation, not bloodshed." Then, one morning, news reached the palace. Lir's wife had passed away. He had loved her deeply, and in her absence, he was left grief-stricken and inconsolable. Many sought to comfort him, but none could ease the sorrow in his heart. It was said that he would never recover from his loss. Hearing this, Bodb made a decision. He sent a message to Lir, inviting him to come to his palace. Deeply moved by the king's kindness, Lir accepted the invitation and made the journey to Loch Derg. There, he was received with honor and warmth. A great banquet was held in his name, and 4 knights on horseback were sent to escort him through the palace gates. When Lir arrived, Bodb greeted him as an old friend, seating him at the royal table at his right hand. Throughout the evening, they spoke together as if no bitterness had ever stood between them. As the hours passed, the cloud of grief lifted from Lir's brow, and for the first time in many moons, he smiled. Then, as the festivities waned, Bodb spoke earnestly. "I grieve for your loss, my friend," he said. "But you must not remain in sorrow. Let me help you find joy once more." He gestured toward the 3 most beautiful maidens in the court. "These are my foster daughters, the fairest in the kingdom. Each is dear to me as my own child." A warm smile touched his lips. "I give you leave to choose one as your bride. She will restore the happiness you have lost." And thus, a fateful decision was made, one that would set into motion a tale of magic, sorrow, and transformation that would be told for generations to come. At King Bodb's request, his 3 foster daughters entered the great hall, their beauty radiant beyond words. Each was as fair as the next, and Lir's eyes traveled from one to the other, unsure of which to choose. At last, his gaze settled upon Abe, the eldest, for she was known not only for her beauty but also for her wisdom and gentle heart. The king blessed their union, and it was agreed that they should be wed without delay. For 7 days and nights, the kingdom rejoiced, celebrating their marriage with glorious feasts and revelry. Then, Lir and Abe departed from the royal palace to begin their new life together. For many years, Lir was free from sorrow. Abe had grown to love him deeply, and in time, their happiness was blessed with children. First, she bore twins, a boy and a girl, named Aegon and Fiongwala. Soon after, she bore another set of twins, 2 sons, Fiachra and Khan. But tragedy struck during the second birth. Abe grew gravely ill, and though Lir watched over her night and day, tending to her with all the love in his heart, she could not be saved. Once more, Lir's heart was broken. In his deepest moments of grief, he found solace only in the sight of his 4 children. They were his light in the darkness, and his love for them knew no bounds. Hearing of Lir's terrible misfortune, King Bodb the Red sought to ease his pain. "I will give you another bride," he told Lir. "Abe's sister, Aoife, will take charge of your household and raise your children as her own." Lir accepted, and soon, he was wed once more. At first, Aoife embraced her stepchildren with warmth. She loved them dearly, treating them as if they were her very own. But as time passed, she began to see the depth of Lir's devotion to his children. He slept beside them, comforted them at night, and delighted in their laughter. Whenever he embraced them, his heart overflowed with joy, and in return, they showered him with love and affection. Jealousy began to creep into Aoife's heart. She convinced herself that Lir no longer loved her, that his heart belonged only to the children. Her bitterness festered, and soon, she welcomed the dark thoughts that plagued her mind. Pretending to be gravely ill, she confined herself to bed for an entire year. There, she summoned a druid and, together, they conspired to rid her of the children who had stolen Lir's love from her. One day, Aoife rose from her sickbed and ordered her chariot to be prepared. Seeking out Lir in the palace gardens, she spoke sweetly. "I wish to take the children to visit my father, King Bodb the Red," she said. Lir was glad to see that she had recovered, and he happily agreed to the outing. Gathering his children, he kissed them each farewell. But as he bent to embrace Fiongwala, she pulled away, tears brimming in her eyes. "Do not be troubled, my child," Lir said gently. "Your grandfather will be overjoyed to see you, and he will send you home on the fleetest of horses." Though her heart was heavy, Fiongwala climbed into the chariot beside her brothers. As the wheels turned, her sadness deepened, though she did not understand why. They traveled far from Lir's palace, and at last, Aoife called the horses to a halt. Waking the children from their happy slumber, she ordered them out of the chariot. Then, with a cruel and hateful voice, she turned to her servants. "Kill them," she commanded. "They are monstrous creatures who have stolen Lir's love from me. Do this, and I shall reward you with whatever your hearts desire." The servants staggered back in horror. "We cannot commit such a terrible evil," they said. "A curse will surely fall upon you for even speaking such a vile thing." Furious, Aoife drove them onward, deeper into the wilds, until they reached the shores of a great lake. The evening sky burned with deep crimson, and a shimmering mist hung over the water. The starlings nestled in their trees, and the owls stirred from their slumber, ready to watch over the coming night. There, Aoife made her final move. Drawing a long, wicked blade from her cloak, she steeled herself to strike down the children herself. But as she raised the weapon, something stopped her. For the first time, a flicker of guilt stirred in her heart, a whisper of motherly instinct that she could not ignore. Her hand trembled. Her mind raged with fury, but she could not bring herself to kill them. Furious that she had failed once more, she turned to druidic magic. "Remove your garments," she commanded. "Bathe in the lake." The children obeyed, wading into the water. And as soon as they stepped into its depths, Aoife struck them one by one with her druid's wand. A great and terrible spell took hold. Their cries turned to echoes across the water. Their bodies twisted and changed. Their skin became feathered, and their arms became wings. Where once stood 4 beautiful children, there were now 4 milk-white swans, their voices haunting and sorrowful as they cried across the darkening lake. Aoife chanted the incantation her druid had taught her, sealing their fate. "On the lonely wave, for years to come, your watery home shall be. Not lyre nor druid can now ye save, from endless wandering on the sea." A deathly silence fell. Her vengeance was complete. As the waters stilled, the children of Lir bowed their heads, overwhelmed by grief and loss. It was Fiongwalla who first found her voice. Lifting her swan-like head, she called out to their stepmother, her words filled with despair and innocence. "We have always loved you, Aoife," she pleaded. "Why have you done this to us? We have shown you nothing but kindness." But Aoife offered no answer. For though she had achieved her vengeance, her heart would never know peace again. And so began the legend of the children of Lir, the most sorrowful tale ever told in the land of Ireland. As the echoes of Fiongwalla's sorrowful plea faded over the lake, Aoife felt the first pangs of regret. A terrible weight pressed upon her chest: panic, guilt, despair. But it was too late. She had spoken the druid's curse, and even with all her magic, she could not undo it. Yet, in a final moment of remorse, she altered their fate. "You shall remain in the form of 4 white swans," she told them. "Until a woman from the south is wed to a man from the north, and until the light of Christianity shines upon Ireland." Her voice wavered as she continued. "For 300 years, you shall live upon this lake. Then, you shall endure another 300 years upon the raging sea of Moyle. And a further 300 years on the desolate waters of Innisglúir." The swans bowed their heads, unable to speak. "But I will grant you one mercy," Aoife added. "You shall keep the power of speech and the gift of song. And no music in the world shall be more beautiful than yours." With that, she turned away. Calling for her horse to be harnessed, she abandoned the children of Lir to their fate, riding onward to the palace of Bodb. At the palace, Bodb eagerly awaited the arrival of his grandchildren. When he saw that they were not with Aoife, his heart grew heavy. "Why have the children not accompanied you?" he asked. Aoife lowered her gaze. "Lir would not entrust them to me," she lied. "I dared not disobey his wishes." Bodb was deeply troubled. At once, he sent a messenger to Lir's stronghold, demanding an explanation. But even before the messenger arrived, a shadow of dread had already fallen over Lir's heart. As soon as he received the king's summons, he became restless with worry. A terrible feeling told him that his children were in danger. Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and rode through the night, spurred on by a father's fear. When he reached Bodb's palace, he was met by one of Aoife's servants, a man who could not bear the weight of his mistress's wickedness any longer. With a trembling voice, he told Lir the dreadful truth. Bodb heard it, too. His rage was swift and terrible. Aoife was dragged before them. The king gazed upon her with fury, his voice like thunder. "You have committed a crime beyond forgiveness," he declared. "And for this, you shall bear a punishment that lasts beyond time." Lifting his wand of druidic power, he struck Aoife where she stood. In an instant, her human form twisted and changed. Her hands became claws, her body grew thin and gray, and her once radiant beauty turned to monstrous horror. She had become a demon, cursed to wander the cold, empty air until the end of time. Then, without another word, Bodb and Lir set out in search of the lost children. Through mist and fog, they rode with great urgency, following the path that led to Loch Derryveoch. At last, the lake stretched before them, its waters dark and still beneath the morning sky. Then, Lir saw them. For majestic white swans glided toward the shore, their slender necks arched forward as if reaching for something, someone. Him. As they drew nearer, a sound like no other filled the air. A soft, sorrowful melody, a song of loss, love, and longing. And then, in gentle, human voices, they spoke. "Father," said Fionnghuala. "It is us, your children." Lir's heart broke. Falling to his knees upon the shore, he wept without restraint. How he ached at the sight before him. How he wished to wake from this cruel nightmare. He stretched out his arms as if he could gather them to him once more, as if he could pull them from this terrible curse. But he could not. "Do not mourn for us, Father," spoke Fiachra softly. "Your love will give us strength." At that moment, a miracle occurred. A soothing music filled the air, rising like the softest winds of summer. As it washed over them, all who heard it felt their troubles lift, their pain ease, their sorrows fade. Even Lir found a moment's peace. For 300 years, the children of Lir remained upon the lake. Though they longed for their father, they found comfort in his daily visits. And in time, the people of Ireland came from every corner of the land, journeying great distances just to hear the music of the swan-children. Their songs became legend, and their voices brought peace to all who listened. But nothing lasts forever. And soon, the time came for them to leave the gentle waters of Loch Derryverig and fly to the wild, raging sea. As the stars faded, and the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Lir stood upon the shore one last time. "My beloved children," he whispered. "May the gods protect you." Fiongwalla raised her wings and took flight. Her brothers followed, their voices lifting in song as they soared toward the frozen waters of the north. But the Sea of Moyle was not like the peaceful lake they had known. Here, great storms roared, and the icy waves battered them without mercy. They had no shelter, no warmth, no rest. Their feathers froze with sleet, and the winds tore them apart, scattering them miles from one another. Many nights, Fiongwalla sat alone upon the Rock of Seals, her heart tortured with worry. Would she ever see her brothers again? But each time, the gods had mercy. And each time, her brothers returned to her, battered, drenched, and half dead, but alive. She wept with joy, gathering them beneath her wings, holding them close for warmth. For 300 years, they endured their suffering. And then, at last, a single moment of happiness came. One morning, as the swans rested at the mouth of the river Bann, they were approached by a group of horsemen. Among them were two noble figures, Fergus and Ed, sons of Bodb the Red. With them came a great host of the Tuatha Dé Danann, who had searched for years to find the swans. "We bring tidings of your father, Lir," said Fergus. "And of the Danann people, who still mourn your loss." For the first time in centuries, the children of Lir felt hope. But their journey was not yet over. For 300 more years of hardship still lay ahead. And beyond that, the greatest transformation of all. The visit from Fergus and Ed filled Fiongwalla and her brothers with renewed hope. For the first time in centuries, they spoke of the people of the Tuatha Dé Danann, of their father Lir, and of the day when their exile would finally end. When the time came for the men to depart, the swans watched them go, their spirits restored by the promise that, one day, they too would return to the land of their kin. But their exile was not yet over. With heavy hearts, the children of Lir left the Sea of Moyle and journeyed westward toward Innisglúir, the final place of their long and weary exile. Though they knew they were flying from one place of torment to another, they clung to the one small comfort left to them. That soon, their suffering would be over. But the sea showed them no kindness. For 300 more years, they endured the harshest storms and the bitterest winters. Their bodies grew frail from hunger, their feathers wasted by frost, and they took what little shelter they could beneath the jagged, black rocks of the coastline. Yet, hope never left them. Each new hardship only strengthened their longing to return home, to once again stand in the presence of their beloved father. And at last, the time came. When the 300 years on Innisglúir had finally passed, the swans rose into the air, soaring toward Ireland. Their hearts filled with joy as they flew southward, eager to see their father's face once more. But as they circled over the plains of Aegon, their joy turned to sorrow. Their father's castle was gone. The great halls where they had once laughed and played as children lay in ruin, nothing more than scattered stones and crumbling walls. Their home, their family, their people, all were lost to time. A deep wailing echoed through the ruins as the swans cried out in grief, their hearts shattered by the desolation before them. For 3 days and 3 nights, they lay upon the earth, too broken to move. Only when the weight of their sorrow became unbearable did Fiongwalla lift her head and urge her brothers to rise. "We must go," she whispered. "We must find a place to rest." And so, they turned westward, flying toward a small, tranquil lake known as Innisglúir, where they would spend their final days in solitude, singing their grief to the lonely winds. On the day after the swans arrived at Innisglúir, a Christian missionary, Saint Macumhag, was walking along the lake's edge. For many years, he had lived there in peace, tending to a small church he had built with his own hands. As he moved through the morning mist, he heard a haunting strain of music rising from the water. The sound was unlike anything he had ever known, a song so filled with sorrow, yet so beautiful that it made his soul tremble. He knelt upon the shore and prayed that he might know who sang such a song. And as his prayer ended, the swans glided toward him and revealed themselves. With soft voices, they told him their story, the story of their 1,000 years of suffering. Macumhag wept for them, his heart aching at the terrible curse that had been placed upon these innocent souls. He bade them come ashore, and when they did, he placed silver chains upon their necks and led them into his home. There, at last, the swans knew peace. No longer were they driven by storms, no longer tormented by hunger and loneliness. In Macumhag's care, they forgot their suffering and found solace in his kindness, his prayers, and his teachings of the one true God. It was not long after that Diach, the daughter of the King of Munster, was betrothed to the King of Connaught. Hearing of the 4 marvelous swans at Innisglúir, she demanded them as her wedding gift. Her father sent men to take them, and the King of Connaught himself rode to the church, intent on seizing the swans for his bride. When he arrived, he found them at rest before the altar, their heads bowed in silent prayer. But as he reached out to take them, the curse was broken. Before he had taken more than 4 steps, their feathers fell away, and the swans became human once more. But no longer were they the youthful, beautiful children they had once been. Now, before the terrified king, stood 3 withered old men and a pale-faced old woman. The King of Connaught recoiled in horror, turning to flee from the sight of them. For at last, Aoife's prophecy had been fulfilled. The children of Lir had lived through nearly 1,000 years of exile, and now, their time had come to an end. Knowing that death was near, the 4 siblings turned to Macumhag. "Baptize us," they pleaded, "that we may pass into the next world in peace." With gentle hands, the saint performed the sacred rites, and as the final prayers were spoken, they passed away, together, at last, in peace. Mockinghog, overcome with sorrow, laid their bodies in a single grave. At the center, he placed Fiongwalla, and beside her, her 3 beloved brothers. Then, upon their tomb, he carved the final words of their story. Here rest the children of Lir, at peace at long last. And so ended one of the greatest sorrows of Ireland. A tale of love, loss, and the enduring strength of the soul. Though their bodies faded into the earth, the song of the children of Lir never truly vanished. For even now, when the winds rise over the lakes and seas of Ireland, some say you can still hear a sorrowful melody upon the air. A whisper of the swans who once were children, singing forever of their long, lost home.